Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Coffee. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And let's see who we've got in the chat. We have Kibbs. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a pretty looking Apple II. Please insert the word clone because this is not a legitimate Apple II. I will prove it to you in a moment. We have Sloopy Malibu. Good evening. We have Frank S. We have myself letting everyone know I was running late. I needed a small snack. We have Sorcerer Stan. We have Joe's Computer Museum, who probably can't resist an 8-bit stream. We have Gut Bomb. I received your package yesterday. We have Jeremy's Vintage Hillbilly Shack. I missed 7-Eleven by an hour and 6 minutes. We have Trina's Technobabble. I have not received your package yet. I'm going to have to track it after the stream. I guess the post office is deciding to deliver it whenever. Alright, let's see. Jeremy's asking, where did my intro music come from? I have a music guy, Landon Walter. I paid him for it, so it's my exclusive channel music. Yeah, Sorcerer Stan says, the music reminds me of a Hitchcock Presents intro or something. And Joe says, Justin Danger Morgan is in the house. Trina, I did get your message. Thursday, I will be doing my Cheap PC Challenge 2023 build. Joe confirms he's here for the 8 bits. Alright, let's see here. Channel announcements. I have a coffee. You can see that the bar is looking kind of empty right now. But I'm glad the chat's full. Links are in the description. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe, turn on notifications. Hey, Rudy. All that sort of stuff, because I'm sure this computer, as well as others, will be back on the channel. And yeah, let's go right to the 8-bit computer that's on my bench. So, despite the fact that it looks like there's an Apple II Plus logo on it, this is just my Mac Effects reproduction Apple II Plus logo. I was kind of looking to see if this was an exact clone, and actually the space on the case for the computer's logo is actually not big enough for the legitimate Apple logo, so I won't even be able to put this on the case as a joke because it does not fit in the recess. Unfortunately, these stickers are going to come off when I remove this tape. I do not know if there is, or if this had any branding at all on it. It might have and it fell off. I don't know. All I know is that this was inventoried 2018, 11/21, row 52. I have no idea what that means. Probably, I don't know if that's row 52 of a spreadsheet. Probably. This does have a numeric keypad. It is kind of a weird keyboard. It is dusty. Other than that... Oh, and I guess instead of Velcro, it uses these hooks to stay on. But yes, other than that, this is... Oh, okay. So this is didn't come with it. It's slightly apart. I didn't put it back together. Yeah, Gut Bomb says I need one that says Apple II minus. Well, at the moment, this one's like um, a minus because it's not working right. So to help aid in repairing, because I tested this off stream because I have a spare Disc 2 controller card now, thanks to the power of eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Although, yeah, because I lost my spare Disc 2 controller, and I bought a cheap one off eBay. One of the pins is corroded. I have cleaned it up as best as I can. Yes, it has ceramic ROMs. They are numbered 1 through... actually, they are numbered 0 through 6. And you're probably thinking, well, I only see 1 through 6. Well, don't forget, there's a character ROM. Oh, well, you might be able to see it there. So, yes. These are wonderful ceramic ROMs. They are Fujitsu... I suspect they're like 2716s. Oh, no, they're going to be 8516s because they're Fujitsu. MB 8516s. These are 2K ROMs. And there we go. And Jeremy's... Oh, hey, Mac84. Have I tried yelling into the mouse yet? Hello, computer. It didn't work. It's not the right mouse. Jeremy's asking, did I mean the conduit from your wallet to an eBay scalper or seller? Well, I paid a really cheap amount, but yeah. Mac84 says, now I'm glad I didn't buy this instead of just me. Yeah. Let's see here. Actually, Sloopy, that was the seller's inventory, not mine. I would have more than 52 rows for sure. So Rudy's first computer was an Apple II Plus clone. It was half the price and 100% compatible. Well, this one was... Actually, this one was probably half the price and was 100% compatible, but now it's 0% compatible, which is why I'm going to have to figure out what's wrong with it. I can't do a Scottish accent, Trina. Sloopy says he was eyeing it, but he got the Atari 400 instead. Well, Sloopy, let's, and Steve and anyone else that saw this at the swap meet and thought about buying it, what would your Apple II Plus clone be doing right now? Well, it'd be doing this. Oh, hold on. It usually does help to have the power plugged in first. Okay, it would be doing this. Oh, it's behaving. Actually, it's probably going to stop behaving. So, what is my computer doing tonight? Well, apparently, tonight, it is dumping me straight into the Wasmon. Hey, Garth. What's behind chip number 4? Squawkers. Yes, that is a prototyping area on the board. There's actually 2 of them. I have no idea why it's there. I don't... Joe is, thinks it's bad RAM, socket issue. Yeah, and, Retro Techie here? I can't tell. Yeah, monitor. Yeah, in all caps. Yes, well, we'll have to figure out what's wrong, because something is amiss. Because when I last powered this off, it was actually giving me a very corrupted screen. So apparently I got dumped into the monitor. Alright, well, the first troubleshooting step is to remove all unnecessary cards. So I'm going to remove my 128K RAM card that came with this computer. And, well, that's all the cards in it. And let me see if I can get it to reproduce what it was doing. There we go. That's what it was doing last time I had it powered up. It's almost like after a chip warmed up, it's failing. So if you'll hold, please, I am feeling the... Oh, oop, 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 oop. Ooh. I was feeling chips to feel how warm they are getting, and... I think I have a suspect area of the board. Hey, RetroTech Chris. Alright, Rudy's saying lower memory issue, bad or dirty socket. Yep, that is entirely true. So, I don't feel any chips that are overly hot, but it seems like if I push the... Actually, I'm not touching it, and it's doing things. Yeah. Okay, I don't feel any chips that are hot. Although the memory chips are getting warm. Okay, I think it's time to... I'm not convinced it's bad RAM, Joe. However, I could be persuaded a bad socket is entirely possible. The reason why I don't think it's bad RAM is right before it started failing, I ran a memory test and it worked. But after that, I plugged in a new card that required me to swap a memory chip. Which, that might actually... That's probably the socket I'm going to start with. Hey, Frodo Jedi! Although, there is another problem with this board, which we'll get to at some point. Alright, so we'll unplug the speaker. And then I'm going to attempt to remove this from the bottom. Now, one thing I've done, and because I'm convinced the post office is slowing mail down more than they claimed they would when they asked Congress to raise postage rates last time. I ordered some standoffs because one of them is missing from this computer, and I had to order standoffs because these take a standoff type that I didn't have any of on hand. Luckily, I think they're just like PC standoffs of a different type. They're the ones that kind of clip onto both the top and bottom. So I ordered standoffs, and if they're not the... Ooh, look at this. Look at this. Aha! There are bodges on the bottom of this board. Look at that. Hey, Jesse. All right. I think this board has several places where it might be failed. And I'm almost expecting Joe to probably change his vote as in loose bodge wire, bad socket, or bad memory. So, yes, let's see here. I'm sure I've missed some people, and I do apologize. Oops, yeah, Steve calls these oops noodles. Yeah. Including, there's a dust bunny, not to be confused with Steve's bunnies or Usagi Electric's bunnies, because that is definitely not bunny hair. And, well, there's the scotch that I couldn't emulate earlier in the stream. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, Joe almost never suspects bodge wires. Well, I suspect them when the solder joints look bad, and some of these solder joints don't look particularly hot. But, yeah, they're probably fine. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm just inspecting the board to make sure I don't see any cracks in the board. Oh, see you later, Garth. So I will zoom in. I'm just trying to make sure that the PCB is not cracked from where there's a standoff missing. I won't necessarily be able to see cold solder joints without the microscope, but I probably would see cracks in the PCB. There is something under that tape that is worrying me, so please wait while I find the... trying to find my spudger because I would like to just... Okay, what I'm seeing is actually on the... I thought I saw something that looked like it could have been a crack on the PCB, but it was actually just the tape making a weird striation. Here's the underside of that prototyping area. It looks like no one ever used it. All right. I don't see any damage on the bottom side of the board. And I'm just going to look on the top side. I do see something interesting on the top side. Nope. It was just a pet hair or something. So... all right. I think the first thing I'm going to do, and I will zoom out here, is... ooh. Okay, this chip here was loose. Okay, oh, that one was pretty loose too. Wow. I have a feeling I'm going to end up pulling all of these chips out and spraying sockets with deoxit and reseating them. Ooh, that one was pretty loose. All right, none of these are MT RAM chips, if anyone's wondering. They're all, with the exception of one, they're all Japanese brands. One of them is a Motorola, which tells me that I think someone replaced a memory chip at some point. Because, like, I think all of the logic chips on this board. Oh, there was another loose logic chip. I think all of the logic chips on this board and all the memory chips on this board, except for that one memory chip and maybe a few logic chips are Motorola, but I think everything else is like Japanese brands, which probably doesn't surprise me. This board was made in Japan. So like the CPU is Signetics, and there's a couple Motorola logic chips here and there, but like I think 90% of them are Japanese brands. But Doc, the best stuff's made in Japan. Fascinating. Oh, hey Adam. I just reseated like lots of memory chips. Alright. I guess I'll plug power in, although while it's unplugged, I am curious. Does this... Okay, good. I just double checking. This plug is very subtly keyed, but it is keyed, so it will not go in backwards. So, alright. Let's see what it does now that I've reseated all of the chips. Oh, now Chris is really watching. He just picked up some dinner. Well, that's interesting. If I didn't know any better, it kind of looks like it's wrapped around. Because it kind of looks like, yeah, that looks interesting. Well, it's progress, but... Enjoy my red. Steve says, enjoy your new random pattern generator. Yeah, I lost VSync. I lost VSync by reseating stuff. Yeah, that's weird. Or one of the counters on the video circuit is tripping early. Ooh, wait a minute. Well, actually, I think I got a memory chip that is getting a little warmer than the rest. Alright, so... Okay, I think the next thing to do... RAM in bank 0 is bad. Well, the next thing I was going to do is remove all the memory chips. And I've had several people tell me to try only populating the first bank of memory. Although the thing is, I don't know which one's bank 0 because not exactly labeled on this board. But I'm presuming this is a clone, so I'm presuming bank 0 is going to be that one there. Let me grab some anti-static foam for pulling these chips, because I want to keep them in some sort of order. Alright. Yes, my foam does have some cache chips on it, but I guarantee you I will not. Oh. Get them mixed up, and let me see what my phone's complaining about here. Oh. Okay. It is a nothing thing. Apparently, Norton has no sense of humor. Bank 0 is furthest away from the ROMs. Yep, that's what I thought. So I am going to remove all the memory chips, and then I am going to populate I'm going to remove everything but bank 0. And then I will try swapping from bank 0 one at a time until I see something that looks like a sensible output. Now, of course, the thing is, it may not be the RAM. There could be a logic chip going bad too, because I think there are some logic chips in the memory path, if I'm not mistaken. Although, I could be mistaken. And it's possible that they're not in the path of bank 0. Now, I do not have any replacement memory chips. Well, okay, that's not entirely true. I don't have any spare chips. However, I do have a language card that I bought for this computer before I realized that the Saturn 128K card and its clones actually replace the language card. So I guess I could pull 4116s off of that card. Okay, so now I only have memory in bank 0. Alright, Joe says... Okay, Trina's going to put $5 on it being memory. And Joe says the only thing between CPU and RAM is a buffer and the CAS-RAS circuitry. Joe has soldered 2 Titan boards. Yay! Oh, also, I think I need to send Joe a message, which I'll send when I get a chance. Okay. So, what is it doing? Well, it's, okay, yeah, the video circuitry is all messed up. Retro Tech Chris will do double or nothing on that. Okay, so now I just have a white box on the screen. Except, it's hard to tell, but if you see that black line in the middle of the stripes. Okay, so those stripes are actually the color burst. So there's something wrong with the video circuit on this computer. Those stripes are the color burst extending into the visible video portion of the signal. That black stripe is going to be the vertical, I think that's going to be the vertical sync, the blanking period around the vertical sync. So if this actually looked correct, we would probably see a solid white box on the screen. Although I'm only guessing that it's white. There actually could be some colors in it. Adam says this is what you get for buying non-genuine parts. Yeah. Okay. All right, just says I have a bad 161 counter or input to one of the 161 counters. I didn't know I had any 161 counters to begin with. I may actually have some spare chips of some sorts. Because I bought an assortment from Jamco. Okay. Oh, what? At least they use dual wipe sockets on this board. Yeah. It only looks like color because was. Yeah, it's that NTSC artifact colors. Okay. I'm going to do something silly here. I'm going to remove all the memory chips now and turn it back on and see what it does. I want to see what the screen looks like with no memory because I have a hypothesis. Also, I have several cans of deoxit and I'm going to use one of them. But my hypothesis is, considering that there was nothing on the screen when I pulled the first two banks of memory, is that maybe this clone has the banks of RAM in a different order for, I don't know, maybe plausible deniability that they copied Apple? All right. That was just some compressed air. Okay, so with no memory, it does nothing. All right. So Eric says 4. Oh, hey Eric. Eric says 4K is all you need. Okay. Well, I'm going to take the memory that was in, I guess, bank 2, and I'm going to put it in bank 0. And then I'm going to see what happens. Oh, I forgot to spray deoxit. Oh well. I'll deoxit. If this swap doesn't work, then I'll pull these back out and deoxit. Because I gotta find my can that still has the straw in it. Because otherwise I will... Well, the whole board needs cleaned. Put good memory in. If that doesn't work, check the LS00 that should be next to the oscillator. Okay. Well, I don't have any... I don't know that I have any of these memory that are, like, known good working. I could take the ones off the language card I bought on eBay, because I did at least buy it from one of the sellers that sells a lot of Apple II stuff. In fact, I think they're Apple II Plus parts or something like that. So I have maybe a little more confidence that they tested the card. All right. Oh, I forgot to turn the camera view back on. Ew. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Let me get a voltmeter out. It is still doing nothing. Which quite possibly means the entire video circuit. So, that whatever was failing in the video circuit has just completely failed. Alright, let me check. Oh, wait. Hold, please, while I look up the pins. The pinout of the 6502, assuming Joe doesn't scream it in the chat. I need to double check that I actually have voltage, and the 6502 is probably the easiest place to check it. Pin 1 and pin... it's pin 8, not pin 7. Okay. Pin 1 and pin 8. Alright, pin 1 is ground. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0. 0. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0. Ooh, 0. 0. 0. That's... Pin number 1 may be no connect. How about pin 21? The ROMs are in the correct sockets, Adam. I haven't removed them. It was, that's still 0. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 0. Alright, let's see here. So, that's ground. Alright. So, let's see here. This should be +5. I'm checking the power supply. Oh. Hmm. Ah. Talk about adding insult to injury. The power supply's dead. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay. Of course the power supply's dead. I somehow managed to pull the AC cord out of it. Okay, so with the okay, that was dumb. Okay. I somehow pulled the AC cord out. I didn't even notice it. Okay, so yeah, it might be a lowercase chip at the bottom. Okay. Okay. So I think my experiment where I pulled these memory out. Well, how about this clone board? Because I don't have an actual Apple II Plus, and it was cheaper than an actual Apple II Plus. I wouldn't mind having an actual Apple II Plus. Someday. But the thing is, this computer says computer on the startup banner. I don't have any other computers that just are computer. Okay, now let me see what happens without the RAM in it. And now that I know the AC power supply is connected, we have a white box. Get an Apple III and you'll have a 2 Plus. No, I want an actual, real, legitimate Apple II Plus. Alright, so I'm going to try something here. So I'm going to populate what would be bank 3 because of my hypothesis that maybe they swapped the banks around on this board for, I don't know, copyright infringement reasons. Gives them some deniability. No, Apple, we didn't copy your design. We took the data sheet and implemented our own. It just looks a whole lot like your design, but it's not a copy. It says they didn't swap the banks around. Adam, it is not beeping when I turn it on. Alright, so Joe says they didn't swap the banks around. And I concur. It does not appear as if they swapped the banks around. Flippy says the only Apple II clone you would want is a TK2000, and I... Alright, so I'm gonna pull these memory chips out of here. And I've got an oscilloscope. I'll check momentarily. The only problem is my oscilloscope is difficult to use at the moment because things are in the way. I'm sure none of you all have that problem. But before I do that, let me... Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. I'll try resocketing the ROMs. Oh. Oh, hey, Mike. Hold please while I grab another can of contact cleaner, because apparently I set an empty can where I put full cans. All right. All right. Let me, okay, so I'll pull the ROMs out. And I'll contact cleaner everything. And also, I just realized that the speaker is only held in magnetically, so I can plug the speaker back in so we can hear if anything I do makes it beep. At the moment, though, well, there's no RAM in it, and okay, so no beep. All right, I will pull the ROMs out, and I am going to contact clean all the sockets for RAM and ROM. They're 8516s. So I believe they are 2K ROMs. They're the board's marked ROM D0, ROM D8, ROM E0, ROM E8, ROM F0, ROM F8. They are double wipe sockets. Every socket that I've removed the chip from so far is double wipe. Remember, this is an Apple clone board, so maybe they took a little more pride in their work. Okay, the legs on the ROMs do kind of look a little bit oxidized. They're not as shiny as I would think they would be, so I'll contact clean them. In fact, I'm even going to I'll contact clean the CPU socket. In fact, actually, I was half tempted to just try another CPU on a whim. Okay, so I'm even up. So all the ROMs, including the character generator ROM, CPU, ROMs, RAM, contact clean them. All right. I'm going to do the Adrian Black method of spray and then reseat the chip. I don't know if that helps any. I don't want to lose the labels on the ROMs though, because I kind of like the cool numbers on them. So spray and reseat them. 4, 3. I will get to all the suggestions in the chat at some point. The chat is going by quickly. All right. ROM, CPU, and then I guess okay. And I'm going to put the RAM from bank 2 in bank 0, or the RAM from bank 1 into bank 0 this time. And if I get the same behavior this time, then I'm going to just really quickly try another CPU just on a whim. And then I'll start replacing some of the logic chips. Or I'll try some logic chips people have suggested. Oh, hey, Tom. Okay, so contact cleaner, speaker, RAM. Admission that I almost put a different hat on my thumbnail picture, but that would require me to have. Well, I don't have an extra pin like was on this cap, so. And nada. Guess I could try the oscilloscope, but I don't have a good ground point. Okay. I'm going to... go see how... Let me go... I'm gonna go grab a spare CPU here real quick. Okay. So I just grabbed my Apple IIc. Because it's half disassembled. I am pulling its CPU out because the CPU does work. I am putting the CPU in here. All right. And nothing. All right. Okay, thank you for humoring me. All right, I will. There we go. Set that back. Okay. I guess I need to turn the oscilloscope on. See if I can. Only thing is, I don't know. This board doesn't really have a great ground point to clip to. Or does it? Oh, actually, maybe I can there. Maybe I did just find one. I'll check things. Yeah, I I don't have the pinout memorized on this processor, so you'll have to forgive me if I don't check the signals you're suggesting right away because I can't see the chat and the oscilloscope and the pinout at the same time. The composite jack is too big for me to clip my alligator clip to, so I had to go for the uh, cassette jack shell. No, no, the ROMs are fine. This machine, this so the ROMs are fine. We're not the ROMs are they're fine because this machine did give me a banner when I first powered it up. We're not we're not going to we're not going to give any negativity towards the really cool ceramic ROMs for which I have no replacements for. Okay, so Joe told me pin 40 and that's reset. And I do believe I'm a 2 volts per division. And I do believe that's 5 volts. So that is correct. Phase 2. That is not correct, I don't think. 38 is some signal that I don't know what it is. Probably 37. That doesn't look right. That doesn't look right for 37. I have... The ROMs are fine. I'm not going to pull and read them and at the moment. I know they're easy to program if you have spare chips. I do not have spare ROM chips. I am being stubborn because this thing, when I first powered it up tonight, gave me the banner and went to Wasmon. If I had bad ROMs, then I'm pretty sure that I would have not had any... Okay, that was... Okay. Well, I just did something potentially bad. Now I may have bad ROMs. I dropped the ground lead. And it hit something. Okay. Sloopy, it's not a problem of that I don't have anything to reprogram them. It's a problem of I don't have the original ROMs. And I would have to remove these stickers to erase them. No, I probably didn't erase the ROM. Well, the thing is, though, if I don't have a clock, then we're not executing code, and there is no clock. So I don't know what I grounded ground to. I saw a little spark. I probably grounded the oscilloscope to a voltage rail. Look, I can't do everything all at once. I want to get my computer up and running. Oh. Okay, we'll back up the ROMs. I hope you all know that there are things that I don't like to do, and repeatedly pulling chips is one of them, because that damages sockets. And I don't even know if this reader can do a 2716, and this isn't a 2716, it's an 88, it's an 8516. Um... 8516, well, it's not doing it. Wait, is that Fujitsu? Yeah, that is Fujitsu. All right, let me see. Is an 80? Does anyone know if an 8516 and or an 80? Oh, wait a minute. Some of them are marked 2716. Oh, it looks like Fujitsu might have changed the part number in 1980. All right, well, I'm going to go for a Fujitsu 2716. All right, we're reading the ROMs. I don't want I want ROMs that say computer. I'm going to read it as a Fujitsu 2716. Because these are Fujitsu ROMs. It shouldn't matter. I guess the reason why I really don't like doing things like this on stream is because I really can't show what I'm doing. All right. Why do I need why for the benefit of no, they are not Fairchild, they are Fujitsu. And how do I know reading multiple times it's reading the same thing? Um this is not me. I'm not trying to be stubborn on the brand, but someone sent me a page that had all the logos, and now I'm trying to find the bookmark. Or if I can remember where it got posted. That's right, Discord, Macintosh Friends. Is there a quick way in Discord to see all messages that I've been tagged in? Mentions. Here we go. Mentions. Inbox. Mentions. Mentions. Oh, why is this? Okay, hold on. I'm trying to find it. Thomas says he hasn't seen white ceramic parts since the 70s. Well, there's probably a good reason for that, Thomas. It's because the dates on these chips range from uh, week 19 in 1979 to like week 44 in 1980. All right. So F8 is the system monitor, and all right. So let me save. You know, the only thing about my new programmer that I find annoying is the fact that it like defaults to its install directory for saving files every single time. Okay, I can't find the page. Somewhere I've got it. Someone sent me a link. It's on the Macintosh Friends Discord. It's a page that has all the logos of all the manufacturers. Okay. So F8 ROM, I read it a couple times, and then I saved it, and then I did a verify a couple more times, and it successfully read. So I'll find the page I was looking for. Actually, the software I've got, it actually showed me the logo for Fujitsu, and it looks like the one that's on this chip. The Fairchild logo is a I think it's a stylized F. All right. You know, I don't like this. I don't really like the ZIF socket on this new programmer. It's hard to get either that or the pins on this chip are like slightly bigger than they are now. There we go. Had trouble getting it in. Okay. So this is going to be the F0 ROM. Okay, let me verify. All right, I'll wake you up when I test logic chips, Adam. I'll probably do that as soon as I read these ROM chips off. All right. Okay, now I got the E8 ROM. Yeah, the real reason I don't like doing this on a stream, it slows the pace down. But this is necessary because I don't want to lose my valuable computer ROMs. All right. Let's see here. This one is E8. I highly suspect if I compared these to actual genuine Apple II Plus ROMs, then I'm probably going to find that there are very few differences. Okay, well, that ROM is fine. Does the test... Well, I can't test these ROMs because they're programmed. All I can do is read and verify and make sure they read consistently. Okay, this is the one I think I accidentally touched the ground lead on. So this is the E0 ROM. Yeah, the only difference probably is computer. Okay. So E0. And let's do a couple of verifies. All right, so far, I've been able to read the four of these ROMs. They're all reading the exact same every time I do a read and verify. So I don't think the ROMs are the issue. I never thought the ROMs were the issue. I would have suspected the ROMs if it like never worked. Considering the video's screwy, I'm thinking it's a logic chip, but I'm not discounting bad RAM, because I know there is a friendly bet in the chat. All right. Seriously. I think I might email the manufacturers this programmer about the ZIF socket, because I really... yeah, and I do apologize. I have with... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, I just noticed something. One of these ROMs is missing a pin. And it has been missing a pin, because I do not see a pin anywhere. Oh! No, I just found the pin. Oh, great. My worst fear. The pin just broke. Putting it in the ZIF socket. Alright. I gotta see what pin 24 does. Well, that might be the end of this stream. Or at least working on this during the stream, because I have 0. Well, actually... okay, there's a chance I might have some 2716s. However, there's also a chance I do not have any 2716s. Alright, so I'm pulling up a datasheet right now. See what pin 24 does. Pin 24 is... Alright, alldatasheet.com. I wanted a 2716 datasheet. Why are you giving me the 2764 datasheet? Here we go. That's the VCC pin. Well, well, I don't know what's in the D8 ROM, but it is, there is no reading it with that pin missing, and... Probably my luck, that's the one that says computer in it. All right. Now I'm sad. Every time I hotwire chips like that, I have a very low success rate. I do apologize if you think I'm being stubborn about not wanting to use other ROMs, but these ones say computer in them. I probably will try to salvage what's in the ROM. See, I didn't even want to pull these out because I was afraid something like that would happen, and oh, now I'm like Eeyore. All right, well, at least I read the D0 ROM. Sleepy, I don't think there's enough pin left to hold it on. I will try, but I don't think there's enough pin left. All right, well that ROM's reading. Okay, I will see. Well, but the thing is now, I the thing is now I dropped the pin. All right, let me try to find the pin because I just dropped it. I mean, seriously, when I... Oh, there's the pin. I found it. Saved by the overalls. I'll try holding it. I really don't want to try surgery on it because this is a ceramic chip. I don't really want to try to grind a ceramic chip. I'm afraid I'll really damage it. Sorcerer Stan says, stick a wire in the ZIF socket and hold against the chip. Well, I guess I can do that. I apologize if you're trying to scream in the chat suggestions, but I cannot see the chat very well because I've got the programmer up. I'm trying to read chips, so I do apologize. I'll double check I haven't missed anything in the chat. I'm having a sad because now I won't have 7 white ceramic chips in my clone. I'll only have 6. And I'm trying to find a wire or a pin or something to hold against the chip. Also, if anyone's wondering, is this the pin I shorted the oscilloscope to? No, it's not. That chip read fine. This is not the one I shorted anything against. Well, that's... Please continue to hold. Our next available representative will be with you shortly. Just trying to find a little wire. I know. I'm sad. My board won't look the same. Steve's like, yeah, now you're really validating that why I didn't want to buy it. Okay, so I just put a wire in the programmer. I'm trying to find a plastic spudger or something to hold the pin up against the ROM with, because I don't want to attenuate the signal. But there's very little contact area, so I need to make sure it is good. And I'll then have to go see if I've got any. I really don't know if I've got any 2716s. And thank you to some mystery person. Oh, Joe, thank you. Alright, I'll cheer up. Okay. Okay, that's not making contact. Oh. Oh, the wire's not, okay, the wire might not be making good contact in the... I am... Alright. Well, I may have... Oh. Oh. Okay. Hold please while I try to find my actual spudger, because I need something that's got a pretty fine point on it, because apparently the amount of copper that is still showing out the side of the chip is very small. Well, is a 6516 the same as a... These are 8516s. I don't know what the difference is. Well, and I guess the thing is, I don't know if I'm going to be able to remove the sticker off the ROM. It might be a moot point anyways. I mean, sure, I'll let you, I mean, test one, and I can see if I can get the sticker off this ROM. I am probably going to... Oh, thank you! Ah, thank you, Jack68K. Oh, hey, Eric, you, Oh, they're 8516s. Well, Eric, you joined just in the nick of time for me to be trying to find the spudger that is somewhere on my bench. I'm trying to read a ROM that one of the pins fell off of. I am trying to... I really don't want to grind ceramic tonight. Or really ever, but... Alright. Oh, there's the spudger. No, Retro Techie, it's not fixed yet. It's actually, it's broken more than it was when I started. Okay. Thank you to a person who will be identified as soon as I look at the screen. Alright, I guess we're gonna have to perform surgery on this chip in order to read it. Oh! Cup bomb! Thank you! Well, I mean, I should at least now be able to buy parts to fix this. Okay. Yeah, this is, alright. I think this, I don't know, this might actually be, oh. Well, I hardly ever just put something under the microscope and it's already in focus. Yeah, that's the VCC pin on this ROM. It cheered. It was probably broken before I started. You know, it wouldn't surprise me if this is like the whole problem. Gut Bomb says, I'm not saying that you should Dremel the chip to get to the leg, but I'm not saying that either. Ah, someone says format C colon, yeah. I just want to read this chip. Oh, good night, Trina. Retro Techie says use hot glue like the professionals do. I don't think they use hot glue to fix this. Okay, oh, thank you! Oh, thank you, Jesse. Alright. Oh, you know, I just realized I got one more ROM to read. And then I'll see what I can do about reading this chip out. Or I'll go see if I can find the Apple II Plus ROM images somewhere. And, well, I'll see if I've got a 2716. Unfortunately, I don't know if I've got a 2716. Okay, well, the character ROM survived, so okay. Alright, so let me save the character ROM. Yeah, it is a corner pin. And I only need to fix it long enough to read it. Because I'm probably not going to be able to fix it to put it back in the socket. Okay. Okay, Joe says I could probably get a piece of a pin from a dual wipe socket to stick to what's left of it to be able to read it. Or, yeah. Yeah, I can find something. I think I've got some donor chips. I do have remember, I got the sus chip bag. Okay, let me see if I've got any 2716s. Because my order of operations will differ depending on if I do. Okay, I do not have any 2716s. The smallest I have is a 2764. I have a 2764 to 27512 adapter uh from Retro Innovations, but I don't know if that's going to help. Let's see here. Well, I was having trouble holding a pin to. Well, the thing is, I'm going to have to. There's not enough copper exposed to hold anything to it. I'm going to have to grind a little bit away. So I guess if I'm going to try to read that chip. Okay. Well, let me see if I can find a safe spot to stick this board. Probably not. Okay. All right. Um. YouTube certified YouTuber. YouTube trained professional closed course. Do not attempt. Sloopy, I think that's for the Coco. Also, something tells me the rubber tip that is on my Dremel is probably not going to work on ceramic. Okay. Oh, well, Sloopy, the adapter, it's the one you gave me for the Coco, but it says 2764, and this is a 2716. I don't know if what the pinout difference is, or if that's something I can just, like, write the ROM image 4 times, and it will probably work. But I need to be able to read it before I can write a new one. So one step at a time. Let me, I'm going to actually have to try a ceramic bit. I don't think I've got any diamonds, Joe. The closest thing I have is, diamonds are forever. But I somehow suspect that won't help me one bit here. I don't think I got any. Yeah, I got a stone tip here. Okay. I just, that's doing nothing. That is, it's doing nothing. This, hyper tough kit is, not helping me at the moment. Well, I got sandpaper. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait. Uh, oh, maybe there are some, like... Oh, there are some diamond cutters in here. Never mind. I mean, I doubt they're real diamonds, but I did not realize there were diamond bits in the set because I bought it at Walmart. I mean, they're probably they're probably um, fake diamonds, but I don't want to try a grinding wheel, Jeremy. That is probably too too aggressive. Okay, now this one might actually be doing something. Okay, not quite down to it yet. Yes, for those of you just joining, the pin 24 broke off this ROM chip, and I'd like to read it for archival purposes. Roger says that contact strip goes all the way to a square around the chip in the center. Should be a fairly long strip. Well, might go straight back a bit then diagonal. Well, I feel like I am going very slowly. I was trying to get, because usually the pin goes in a ways, because if I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I know slow is better than no, but you have to have some speed. Oh, Night Sorcerer. I sure thought I would have gotten down to it by now. Pretend you're a standard driver going to a Wisconsin casino on senior day. That's the level of slow you need. Well, I've never been to Wisconsin. Alright, there are 3 reasons why I do not like doing things like this on stream. A, it sounds like I'm at the dentist's office. Not the oral surgeon's, but the dentist's office. 2, I can't read the chat and precision Dremel. And 3, I don't remember what 3 was. 3 was something. I mean, I am grinding it down. It does look like there's, like, metal right there, and I'm almost down to it. Yeah. Oh, Sorcerer just, okay, so there's the side of the chip. And 3, alright, Sorcerer Stan sent me an email here. Or tried to send me an email. It's probably a message on Discord. Also, when I'm streaming, I have Discord and... Oh, no, it's not. No message on Discord. I don't have a hacksaw. Well, I do, but I don't know where it is. Alright. More dentist sounds. And by the way, Steve, if you're still watching, you could have been having all this fun if only you had bought this one. Ooh, I think I see pay dirt. Okay, it's hard to see with the glare. Oh, never mind. That was just the, oh yeah. I feel like I'm on Monty Hall's Let's Make a Deal, and door number 2 has the goat behind it. Okay, I had to add that one. Oh, I think I might be almost down to it. Oh no. Oh. I was afraid that the metal could be burned through quickly. I'm like almost down to it. I kind of possibly see some there, but if that is metal I'm starting to see, it's not enough to solder to. And I have my Dremel down as low as it'll go. Well, okay, now I've got it down as low as it'll go. All right. Okay. Let's check the microscope. I mean, there's. I'm going to read this chip out when I get done, and then I'll program a replacement. Okay, so it does look like I found the metal, but I don't think there's enough there to solder a pin to. But I don't really want to. I'm afraid if I go too much more, I'm going to burn through it. Oh, good night, Eric. I don't know if that's enough to solder to. Yeah, I think I see the metal under the ceramic. All right. Microscope check. Oh yeah, there we go. That's not my imagination. It looks like there you can kind of see the metal under the ceramic kind of goes in and then starts to go back into the chip. There we go. I think I'm almost through enough to solder a wire onto it. Okay, let me see. I don't know. Let's see. What am I doing now? I'm trying to figure out if I actually have some metal exposed. Oh, I might actually. I mean, I'm reading I mean, it's in the kilo ohms, but I am reading a resistance between whatever this black part here, which I think is the metal I'm trying to get down to, and ground. So I think I'm going to see if I can't tack a wire. Okay, let's let's see if I can get some solder to stick to it. Mm, nope, I don't think I'm down to it yet. Okay, now. Ooh, I think. Okay, it's hard to see because of the overhead light. Well, still hard to see with it whenever I turn that off. I think I actually have. Right? Certainly looks like I've got something metal. That looks metal to me. All right. Let me see if that's enough solder to. Well, that looks like metal, but yet it is not taking solder. So there must still be some ceramic. Must still be some ceramic on top of it. Good night, Joe. All right. Well, I mean that certainly it looks like metal. All right. Alright, can I solder something? Just want to get a blob of solder on it. If I get a blob of solder on it, then I can probably tack a wire to it. Nope. Well, I wonder if I can... Alright. I wonder if I can hold something to it. Alright, let's see if I can do something with it now. Or I'll have to try to more grinding, one or the other. Yeah, and yep, it's been a real grind fixing this, and I don't know if I'm down far enough. I'm gonna try. Trying to find a wire or something. Capacitor leg. This might work. I don't really want to waste a good capacitor, but all right. So okay. So I see a metal patch right under here. I just read it. Oh, and I read it. I I don't believe it. I think I read the chip. And I didn't even solder anything to it because I couldn't get solder to stick. I don't know what the I don't know what the D8 ROM is supposed to contain, but I do see some English phrases in it. All right. Yeah, I think I might have actually read that chip. Now, unfortunately, I got the program. I'm going to have to replace it because, I mean, I read it by holding a wire up to the leg for the duration of a read of the chip. And I verified it a couple times, but I'm not going to be able to hold the leg to keep it in a socket. So I need to find the pinout of a 2764 to see what a 2764 pinout difference is to a 2716. And that's weird. Well, the adapter you gave me says 2764 to 27512. So what EEPROM do I need to use? I didn't exactly read the instructions. All right, let me pull up the data sheet for this adapter. Well, if I can find it on the Retro Innovations website. Oh, wait. Commodore adapters? All right, I'm trying to find this adapter, or barring that, you have to use a mm, I don't see where it says 2364. Oh, wait. Well, if this is a 2764 to a 2364 adapter, then how's that going to work for a 2716? Oh, well, if it says it under the socket, it's it's under the socket. Do I just use a 2764 EEPROM? This is one of those cases where giving me a range is not as helpful as it might seem. All right, I will trust you that it will work. I need to know exactly which EEPROM to use. The smaller the better because I don't want to sit here for hours replicating. 2764 and write the image 4 times. Okay, I can handle that. What I didn't want to have to do was use a 27512 and replicate the image a bazillion times. I can't math right now. All right. So, I can use a 2764. Oh, what do you know? I have a 2764. I think I'd prefer to use a 27C64 if I've got one. All right, there we go. 27C64. It's an AMD part. All right. All right, I mean, I can do this. I just don't want to blow up my clone because I is one of those I don't know the pinouts of all these chips. In fact, I hardly know the pinouts of any of them. So 2364, 2716, I don't know the pinouts of any of them. I always have to look them up, so I don't know what's equivalent. All I know is that usually numbers have to match, but sometimes they don't have to match, and I'm more of a software guy than a hardware guy. I play a hardware guy on YouTube. How's that for I know some of y'all are probably like, you could have fooled me. Alright. D8. D8 and started at 0. And then let's see, load file. D8 and let me see here. And then to buffer start, we want 4,000. And we'll load 8,000. And then load at C1000. Okay. All right. Flash chip is blank. Program. 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 All right. Programmed it a couple times. Well, yeah, the 64 is just the size, but the 23 versus the 27 versus the 85, sometimes those have actual pinout differences. Not all chips of the same size are necessarily the same pinout. At least that's what I guess I have found that you can't always assume that a pinout's the same. All right. Anyways, Alright, I've duplicated it 4 times. I know I'm probably way behind on the chat, so if you said something important that I haven't seen, you might have to send it again. Okay, I will put this in. Well, I will attempt to put this in. I usually use different pins when I'm making something that goes into an IC socket, but alright. Okay, so let's see here. Power's on. What do we have? Oh, it probably would help to plug video in, wouldn't you say? And oh, you can't see. Oh. That did not fix it. I don't think the ROM was the problem necessarily. Although certainly that ROM not making contact wouldn't have helped. But I don't think that was the root root. I have no clock. There is no clock signal. That would probably cause a problem. I think the problem that I think my first problem is actually caused by no clock. So now I gotta go either hope Joe is actually lurking and listening to remind me which chip he said. Because I think it's now time to start testing logic chips. Because I think I don't have a clock signal. Now, granted, I'm sure that intermittent ROM signal was probably not helping things, and that's probably why when I flexed the board, things were happening, because I bet I was flexing that ROM. But I don't have a clock signal going into the processor, so I'll I'll scroll up. Let me see if my history's. All right, let's see here. I'm way behind on the chat, so. All right, let's see here. So the ROMs were ROMs were mostly fine. We had a broken pin on one that broke. Apparently the ROM I shorted didn't damage anything because I think I shorted the ground on my oscilloscope to 5 volts on the board, which, if anything, would have done damage to my oscilloscope, but it's a Tektronix scope, so... Oh, hey Bruce, if you're still there, I didn't realize you had joined. And Roger, I don't think I said hi to you. And I'm trying to go through the history to see if I see what chips Joe said to test first. Oh. Nope. Oh, hey Dave. Alright, okay. The OBS history is not long enough, so let me see if I can scroll back in YouTube Studio. No, of course not. Alright, let me turn on all chat in YouTube. Oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's nice. Okay. Apparently, I can't go back in the history to see what Joe said to do. So I guess I'm going to have to... I mean, I think he said something, maybe it was a 74 LS06, but I don't remember. That's because I know someone's going to say something if I don't cover it. Or did he say this 7400? Because that's actually like right beside the oscillator. Okay, I'm just going to start pulling... Actually, here's what I'm going to do. This might sound crazy. I'm going to pull up the Franklin Ace 1000 repair guide. Because the Ace 1000 is also a clone of the Apple II Plus, more or less. Although it's not exactly... I mean, it's not exactly a copy, but I think they actually did some changes. But a lot of the components are the same. So... Interestingly enough, if this was a Franklin Ace, for machine drops into monitor, it's EEPROMs, the RAM, and the CPU. Garbage on the screen, it's a whole bunch of components. I was trying to use this just to jog my memory of what Joe might have said to... Oh, hey, Alien the Protogen. Ah, long time no see. Well, I'm trying to troubleshoot no clock. I have no clock going to the CPU. Joe's gone to bed, and I don't remember what component he said to test, and I can't go back far enough in the YouTube history to see. I'd have to wait for YouTube to process the video before I can go back in the history. So I'm just going to start pulling chips. Actually, before I start pulling chips, let me power it back up. Go back to the oscilloscope. Well, luckily today yeah, I don't know why YouTube's notifications are bizarro. Okay. So my definitely not sketchy ground probe extension is now clipped to a ground point that it won't stay clipped to. So Jeremy, we don't need nitric acid. I got the data off the EEPROM. Okay, so I think there actually is a clock signal coming off the... I'm just probing random points at the moment. I think the 14.31818 crystal is actually oscillating. I'm probing some of the logic chips beside it just to see if I see the clock signal going into one of them. I don't remember what Joe said to check. But I can definitely tell you there is not a clock going into the processor. I thought you said like the 161s maybe? Alright. I see a 151. So maybe that's what he said. But let me see if there's 161. Oh, here we go. I see the 161s. Yeah, they're over here by the RAM. I thought I'd reseated the processor, but I guess I can, well, at the risk of breaking more pins on more chips, I guess I can reseat the processor again. I guess I can also make sure I didn't put it in backwards. Not that I've... Okay, notch lines up with the notch in the socket. I've already deoxidated it. I can deox it some more. There. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing. All right, I have flooded contact cleaner onto the board. All right. Guess there's always a chance that. Okay, well, let me check the clock again. Okay, so that's reset. Let's clock in. Oh, and you can't see the oscilloscope. Okay. Oh, I'd have to change inputs. I'm just randomly probing signals. I actually am looking to see if I see anything that looks like a. Actually, the RAM is not going to have a clock signal. Anything else on this board that have a clock signal? Yeah, the clock was working at some point. Oh, hey, SadMac356. Jesse, I was able to read the ROM out. I got down to the metal enough to be able to press a wire to it to read it out. So I programmed a replacement chip. Unfortunately, I don't have a clock. I don't have a clock signal going to the processor, so I don't know. Sloopy, what is on pin 37? Nothing. There's 40. That's reset. We're not in reset. 39. 38. 37. Do not. I mean, I can hit auto set on the oscilloscope, but I don't know why it's telling me there's no frequency found. Okay, sometimes my okay, apparently we do have a clock signal. Well, why didn't my oscilloscope tell me that? Whatever. Okay, so apparently I've been chasing down. But I have a clock signal. Apparently my oscilloscope was set wrong. RetroTechie, I didn't fix it, but I was able to read it out. Yes, I know that's the clock signal. My oscilloscope was lying to me. It was very clearly a few moments ago before I hit a button on it telling me no frequency found. That is definitely a clock signal. So what's on pin 39? A clock signal? Alright, so that's pin 20. I don't know what the pin out of the CPU is. 19, 18, 17, 16, 15. Well, I thought those. I don't know what the pinout processor. It's like. Okay, those were address pins. Well, that's 13, 14, 15, and that should be data 7. Data 7. Data 6. Data 5. Data 4. Data 3. Data 2. Data 1. Data 0. No. Oh, I was off by 1. That's actually data 0. I don't know. Um, Probably a bad logic chip. Yeah, the CPU is running. I think this is the point where I'm just going to have to start pulling logic chips that I can test in the tester and test them. Because I'm pretty sure I got a bad logic chip because something's causing the something's causing it to not seemingly not read memory. Well, it's doing stuff, but it's not doing the correct stuff. It's something's causing this to draw a white box on the screen instead of say computer. It's probably a bad. There's a bad chip or a bad socket. I don't. Or I have 24 bad RAM chips. Hmm. Alright. I guess let me start looking to see what logic chips this supports. Oh. Well, that's pretty cool. Alright. So I'm just gonna start testing logic chips and maybe if Joe reminds me which ones he said, then I'll jump to them. But I'm just going to start with this 74LS00 that's beside the clock chip, and because I think someone said to check the 7400. It's got a bent. Oh, uh, one of the pins bent removing it. There we go. Now, some of these chips, if I do find they're bad, I may actually have. Okay, well, that one seems to be fine. Actually, I think Joe said check the 161s. And they are supported, so. Alright, I'll check the 161s. Okay, that almost never happens. I managed to pull the 161 that's bad the first time. Well, apparently I do have a bad 161. Alright, hold please while I go grab my collection of spare logic chips. Alright. I do not know if I have any 161s. I have 164s, a 158. These are in no particular order because I bought an assortment of logic chips from Jamco and just put them on the anti-static foam. There's a high probability I'm going to have to order 161s. Oh, 166s. Yep. 151. All right. Yeah. Roger says if this were a board game, broken pin, go back 3 spaces, no clock signal, read CPU pin out and lose turn, spray deoxit, collect $200. And of course, then there would be the pretend you know what you're doing with your oscilloscope. Oh, wait, this is a bag of CMOS logic chips, so I don't think there's going to be a 161 in here. Okay. It looks like I probably don't have a 161. I mean, there is one other possibility. It's a long shot. I mean, I have some tubes of logic chips, but I don't. Not knowing what a 161 is, I don't know what the odds are that I've ordered one. Okay. For LS 161. Hmm. Alright, I guess let me check the other two 161s because that'll tell me how many of these I need to find. Okay, so the second one is working fine. I guess there's also the possibility that maybe I don't know what the 161 does, so I don't know if it's possible that I can like move them around. Okay, well that one works. But something tells me that since there are 4 of them, that they're probably all used. Oh wait, I might. Whoa, I've got 2 bad ones. Alright, so that means I need to see if I've got 2 161s. Alright, so I guess what I'm going to do is I may have to put these on the board so that I don't forget what goes where. Although I think I'm sharing the screen so you can't see. I just put red X's on those 2 bad chips. Alright, Alright, let me check a couple places. Let me see if I've got any 161s. I have a board I might be able to steal some off of if it has any. Nope. Alright. Let me check some chip tubes here real quick. Alright. Found some. I can't read the rating on them, but found some chips. Can't read the rating on them, but alright, I think my eyes are playing tricks on me. They look like they're 167s, which of course wouldn't work. Oh, they're 575s. Okay, nowhere close. Alright. My eyes were playing tricks on me. Justin versus the Attack of the Clone. Yeah, I might have to. Alright, let's see here. Oh, there's memory chips for credit video cards. Oh, I think those are 4164s. Really 4164s? Oh, I might have 4164s and not even realize it. Alright. Oh. Alright, well, bad news is I do not have 161s. So there's a chance that this was actually not bad RAM, but I won't know that until I can get some 161s. However, because I can, I guess I will test the rest of the logic chips. All right. So I'm just gonna start popping chips off the board and testing them. So this is the 74-156. No, that is called smeared writing. That is a 74 LS166, which tests fine. I'm not exactly sure why I can just smear that ink off with my fingers. Alright. So this one is a 257. Alright. I'm just basically going to I'm just going from left to right, bottom to top, and testing the chips in order because I don't know what chips are what. This is a 194. Okay, the one thing I do like about this tester is it actually shows you what it's testing. Oh, that's nice. One of the sockets on this board is installed upside down. 74 LS74. Alright. And the next one is... I think it's a 74 LS02. Ink is smeared on it. Yeah, it's a 74 LS02. Now, I wonder if this tester can test a 555. Now, that is probably not the case. Nope. Okay. Thought I would check. Okay. So the 555 timer will just have to stay untested. Alright, so now I'm to row B, as in barricade. '74 LS 175. Alright. Next one is an 7486, which is Yeah. All right. So the 74. All right. That one's fine. All right. So it looks like we got a 74 LS 194. Whoa. 74 LS 194. 74 194. Wow. That is a very bad chip. Actually, that chip's so bad, I'm going to draw two X's on it. I wonder if I have a replacement. Something tells me once I replace all these logic chips, I think my video issues might be resolved. Actually, kind of hoping I have a 194. I'd like to run one through the tester. Oh, I got a 193. So you know, Steve, if you're watching, you could be having all this fun with testing logic chips. I'm sure the one you bought will give you more than enough enjoyment. Okay, I do not have a 194. Okay, well, I guess I'll put that back in the board for now so that I. All right, we got a 174. Well, I think I'll get through this row of logic chips and then probably call the stream. All right, well, that one's fine. Here, next one is a 257. Oh, good, I have a couple 257s in a row. Okay, that one's fun. All right, that one's fine. All right, we got another 174. That one's fine. All right, and another 194. Oh, wow. Uh, and another 194 that's failed. Oh, draw a big X mark on that one. All right, we got a 74 LS74. Which is fine. Yeah, looks like we got a 74 LS80. Hoping that's what it is because. Ooh, and that chip is not supported by the tester. So I am going to, because this is to remind me when I go to order parts, I'm going to put a question mark on this chip because I'll probably order one just so I have one on hand, unless I have like a spare. Well, I'm not gonna worry about that now. Oh wait, let's hope though if I put the question mark on the correct chip. All right, let's see here. 74 LS11. Okay, that one's supported. Is anyone still out there? People are still out there. I might could go a little longer in testing these chips because I know you all would like to know who was right on the little side betting that was going on in the chat of I bet it's RAM, I bet it's logic chips, I bet it's gremlins. Although I don't know if anyone was actually betting it was gremlins. Aww. That's a bad 74 LSO2. Oh, how sad. Well, that's another... Well, another chip that just earned its red X. And another part I'll have to order. So now I think I'm up to 2, 3, 5. It's 5 bad logic chips in this board. Something tells me it's logic chips, not RAM, given how many I'm finding. Alright, well, at least that one works. Yeah, I wish this logic tester could do, Actually, you know, it does support some memories, but I don't think it supports any DRAMs. Alright, so we got some 74 LS153s. No, Thomas, it's not fixed. And I found 5 bad logic chips, and so far of the bad ones, I don't have any spares on hand for any of them. Make 74 LS153. Well, make that 6 bad logic chips. Because that one is super bad. Well, I think they should support DRAMs. It'd make it a whole lot nicer for those of us that have DRAM-based systems. But I know that's a whole lot harder. You know, given the number of bad logic chips on this board, I kind of think my original offer I made to them for this system was probably closer to what it was actually worth. Alright, so I can skip the 4116s. So let's see here. 74 us 04. Well, and another bad logic chip. I Actually, this one, I think I do have a 74 LS04 somewhere. Of course, it would take me so long to find it, it would probably just be easier to order one. Alright. I'm wondering how this thing actually worked, given how many bad logic chips I'm finding. 257. And another one bites the dust. 51. Alright. Oh. Okay, 551s are not supported. So I'll put a little question mark on it. That'll remind me to, well, it'll remind me to, like, check on it, see what it is, and possibly order a spare. Alright, so we got a 74 LS32. Sloopy, I think this thing's burning a hole. Ah, another bad logic chip. Sloopy, I think this computer right here is doing enough to burn a hole in my pocket. I don't think I need any other. I don't think I need any other flammables in my pocket to burn more holes. I I think I paid $50 for this. I'd have to go back and look at my PayPal history. And I think I'm gonna have at least $50 of logic chips that I need to order for this thing. Alright, well, at least that one's fine. Uh, if, quite possibly not helpful, but I'll check it out. I'll check it out. I'm not a huge fan of some of those component assortments on Amazon. Oh, okay. Well, in this case, I picked the wrong component. That's a 74 LS02. That's better. Okay, that works. And the reason why I don't like some of those component assortments is because the components in them are just cheap. I don't like using them. Oh, of course, then again, given all the components that are failing in this, I might have to use one of those cheap component assortments to fix it. All right, that's yet another. The 174LS 153. I think I initially offered him like $30 for this computer, based on they had taken $30 for another untested 8-bit computer of about roughly the same age, but it was actually a name brand computer. And they talked me up to 50 on this, and I guess I thought it was cool. Given all these bad logic chips, I think 30 was probably closer to, well, 30 was probably closer to what it's worth. Alright, well that 153 is fine. Oh, and there's another 153. And I'll just have to trust the board that that's a 153 because I can't even read the writing on it. And it's bad. Uh, well, Jeremy, I do have the assortment from Jamco, but my luck with assortments is that if I know I need chips, then I just should probably order the chips I need because my luck is that I don't get the chips I need from assortments. Unless that's actually the assortment that's like not a random assortment. I'll have to look at it. Actually, now that I say that, I think I know which one you just linked, and because I just realized they do have an assortment that's like X number of these chips, and yeah, it is pricey. But no, if I'm repairing a computer that I'm going to keep, I like to put. I mean, I don't like using components that I don't like using. If they're like, if they're of cheap quality and it makes them harder to use, I'd rather spend more so that I don't waste time dorking with a cheap component. And that is yet another failed component. Well, yeah, I know. I mean, I have some boards that I could possibly pull components off of, but the one problem that I find with cannibalizing old boards for parts is if the leads have been cut, they don't fit in sockets as well. Potentially. I've lost count of how many bad chips I have. Kind of, at this point, this point, I'm kind of wondering what happened to this computer. Were these chips really that unreliable? Or did something bad actually happen to this computer at one point? That's kind of the question I'm asking myself now, because granted, this kind of explains why the video's so wonky. Alright, well, that's a 138. Let's see here. I think that's. Oh. 74 LS 138. Yeah, okay. Well, this board is no wonder this board is not working. I mean, this is like I'm actually now kind of wondering if the power supply is. Unfortunately, this board uses like some connector that's totally unlike the Apple connectors, so. Well, that one's bad. Can I test some known good chips? I don't. I don't know that I have any like known good chips. I mean, I could take this Jamco assortment that I got here and start popping chips in, but I don't know that they're actually good. I Oh, I just found a 74 LS 161 that I was looking for a little while ago. All right, well, I guess I'll stick a few of these from the Jamco assortment in, and I mean, I hope my new programmer is not blowing up chips. Oh, there we go. Well, that chip's fine. Well, I guess I can go ahead and replace the one of these 161s that's bad. Um, I'm using the T48 that I just got. It's a brand new device. I mean, I have no reason to believe that it's already failed. I mean, you all. Well, okay, I don't know if you were on when I first powered this up. Given the problems I was seeing, I am actually not surprised that I could have had this many bad logic chips. Remember, it was giving me a white box that and the vertical sync was not in the right place on the screen. And the color boost was wrong and uh all sorts of fun issues. I'm looking to see if I got another 161 in this assortment because I do remember seeing that it's like it seems like of the chips that were in the assortment there was like more than one. Although given where that was on my little thing of parts, that chip might have not come from the assortment. Oh, here we go. I think this is a 161. It's just not one I'm going to use because it's the wrong speed grade. I'll save it for something that needs it. Okay, I mean, I think this tester's working. Well, yeah, I know the video is separate from the CPU, but the video requires a working logic chips. 259. Some of these logic chips that are failing, I think, are in the video circuit. I'm wondering if a power surge got to this computer. Because I'm noticing a trend about the failed chips. Hmm. All right. Yeah, I think this is good. Yep, there'll be a part two. Let me see if I can get through the rest of these chips here real quick. Because I can't order parts if I don't know what I need to order. I'm not entirely concerned about the high number of chips I'm failing. Because I am still testing some good chips that are good. See, there we go. That 74 LS08's fine. Alright, this one's a 138. Let me confirm. 74 LS 138. Yeah, okay. Let me see if by chance there was one of those in this assortment. That may 138 seems familiar. Oh, there was a 38. There's another 38. Nope, the reason why it seems familiar is because there was a bunch of 74LS 38s in that assortment. All right, on the home stretch here. These are marked 367, but the board's marked something different. So let me make sure these are okay. They are 367s are supported. Yeah, the board says 8T97, but the chip says 367. I'm going to presume that 1897 is a manufacturer specific part number. And what do you know? That one's bad. Okay, I do know that if these logic chips are bad, then you're not going to be doing anything constructive with the CPU. There's a bad one there. And that one seems to be bad. The tri-state buffer, yeah. Okay, 367. That sounds familiar. Especially now that you say tri-state buffer. That's almost like something I might have ordered for some other computer. Nope, but that's not to say that I don't have a 367 somewhere. Because actually, the Apple IIc use those somewhere maybe? Oh, I don't know. And the triple whammy. 367. I, I really would. Hold on. I think I know where I've got some three. I want to test a 367 that's new, just to rule out shenanigans with the tester. I think I've got. I think I actually have some. Yes, I knew that one sounded familiar. 74 LS 367. I ordered them for my ZX80 clone because it has a bad one on it. Okay. There we go. Well, that tested fine. There's one. I'll go ahead and replace these. 2. 3. All right. So I got 3 good ones. So that confirms that my tester is not just randomly failing chips. So I can go ahead and replace these 3 367s that are bad. All right. Let me see if I can find my pin straightener. I don't know that, given all these bad logic chips, I do not know if I've replaced enough to make this work. But given these tri-state buffers are required to be working to access memory, from what I understand, or probably do anything with the CPU, it is quite possible that those 3 chips were doing a lot for this not working. All right, just a few more to go. And then I'll have to order parts for a part 2 on this machine. All right, so we got a 245. Which is also bad. I think I might actually have a 245 in this assortment. There's a 241. Another 241. 240. Oh, well, there's a 244. Oh, that's not 373. Uh, okay, don't think I got any 240. Oh, wait. Nope. Okay. Oh, that's a weird socket, too. I think this socket's been replaced. Okay. 138. Well, 245 might be common, but that's not a guarantee I've got it. I mean, I might have one somewhere. I just, if I don't have it on this little foam piece from an assortment, then if I've got one, then no telling where it is. Well, I got a 138 that's bad. Okay, well, that's a 558 timer. I can't test that, but I should probably order a replacement for it because that, if that was bad, that would probably be the cause of my color burst issues. 251. Oh, all right. Well, at least that chip's fine. All right. 257. Yep, I got like all right, this is the penultimate chip that I can test. Cuz there's like one other chip that I haven't looked at yet, but I can already tell it's a 555 timer and this doesn't test those, and this chip is bad. I probably have a 245 somewhere. I just don't know where it is, where the tube of them might be. And then, last but not least, it is a 74 LS 74. Which is a sign of how tired I am. And yep, once I test this chip, this is like the last chip I'm testing the stream. And then I'm drawing the stream to a close. Of course, if this one's bad, I think I've got 74 LS 74s. Oh boy, how bad that chip is. Okay, now I'm pretty sure I got a 70. I'm pretty sure I got one on here because I kept staring at it. Oh, there's a 74S74. Alright, I think I'd prefer to replace this LS with an LS. There's a 74F74. I'm pretty sure I have some 74LS74 somewhere, because that sounds so familiar. But I don't know where it is. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to tally up the carnage. So, for those of you playing at home, I don't know. I guess it's a latch. All right, so the carnage is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 bad logic chips on this board. And I had like types to replace 4 of them. I mean, I'll look. I may have some of these others. But yeah, so 22 bad logic chips. Thomas Armstrong says, someone pulled a card out with the system one as his best guess. Tom Barber says that seems high. Yeah. What did I do? I didn't do anything. I mean, I did try a language card in this computer, but I turned the computer off. I installed it. I turned it on, and I mean, it is possible the language card blew out. But 22 logic chips? I don't see how a bad language card could have done that. Blame Joe somehow. Of course, I blame... Well, I didn't buy this Apple II Plus clone on eBay, but I did buy the language card on eBay, the place where I buy everything I later regret. Okay, let's do a fun little experiment to end the evening. I'm curious now. Okay, so I just went through. No, Jeremy, 22 bust. As in, that's what my wallet's going to feel like after I order all these logic chips. Okay, I don't think they're all going to be expensive, but I kid. I'll I think the coffee tips I received tonight will probably cover the chips. But I'm curious now. So I could click the right thing. So here's the language card I bought on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret. Because I did not realize the Saturn card and its clones also can act as a language card if you put them in slot 0. Because if I'd known that, I wouldn't have bought this card. It did come from a seller of Apple II parts that does not use polka dots in their pictures. Interestingly enough, I don't know that I'm going to be able to test all these logic chips. Because that is a 54LS74. I'll have to look that one up to see if that is... I don't know if a 54 and a 74 are the same. So anyways, so I'm just going to test the logic chips on this card to see if any of them are bad. Because if they're okay, then... well, it probably didn't blow up my Apple II clone. But if some of them are bad, well... I mean, that would... okay, that one tests fine. Oh, 54 is mil-spec 74. Okay. Well, that would probably explain the ceramic package. Well, honestly, I don't know what testing these logic chips will prove, because if they're all fine, then that probably means the language card did not damage my clone. I mean, it is designed to plug into a 4116 memory chip slot. But if these are bad, then I guess that could mean that, well, maybe this card shorted out something on the Apple II. But that could also mean that it got damaged by this computer. So I don't know what this will actually prove. All right. Well, let's test this mil-spec chip here. So it's a 74 LS. Well, it's a 54 LS 74, but that's mil-spec. And it tests fine. It's actually kind of a... it's a thicker ceramic package. There we go. Well, I think I might just... let's see, 74 LS 175. Okay, it won't take that long to test these. So it's 175 here. Whoops. All right. That one's fine. Alright, we got a 74 LS00. Alright. Well, I think if these logic chips test out, then that probably means this card is okay. As in, I could probably try it again when I fix the clone and probably won't risk too much. Alright. It's a 74 LS86. Alright. And I got 3 more logic chips. I mean, actually, I guess, I call this a language card, but I'm not really sure if this was technically a language card. Although I've always known it as that. Because the thing is, I purposely got one that didn't have the ROM, the auto start ROM on it. Because you don't need that on an Apple II Plus. And I think that's technically the language card. Alright, well this chip works. But then again, maybe they are both language cards because they do give you that 16K of memory that you can load Pascal and integer basic into, so 32. All right, that one's working. And let's see here, 74 LS08. This is the last logic chip on this language card. So, alright, it would look like this card probably, all the logic chips test out. So my clone didn't do anything to this card, and I suspect it didn't cause damage to the clone. Because I think for me to suspect it, I would have had to have found a logic chip that was, like, shorted. It probably had to have been one that had a direct short in the chip. No, it's just a 16K card that I have. Because the Apple II Plus doesn't need the ROM. The Apple II Plus has the auto start ROM built in. So it's just the 16K card. Sloopy says resistors and diodes are good replacements for MOS-made TTL ICs. And none of those are MOS-made, so... Anyways. Oh, Jeremy, those 22 chips is not going to cost $250. Those 22 chips might cost $22. Because some of them might be $1 a piece, but I doubt they're all $1 a piece. Yeah. I mean, I'll look at that assortment you sent me, but there's no guarantee it has all the chips I need in it. I'll check it out. But yeah, all right. So on that disappointing note of not being able to fix my Apple II Plus clone, but for reasons that I had not imagined, I guess it's time to end the stream. I'd like to thank everyone for watching and joining in. Thank you for the coffee tips. They'll help buy logic chips to fix my clone. So, can we solve the debate? Logic chips, RAM chips? Not until I get some logic chips. I have no way to test 4116s. Although I am watching an auction or two on eBay, the place where I buy things I later regret, that are supposedly gadgets for Arduinos that'll test those DRAMs. But yeah, so on that disappointing note of failure, it's time to end the stream. Yes, part two will come. It might be the week after next. Because although I might be able to get the chips in time. We'll see. Anyways, I'm not ordering them now. I'm going to bed now. I'm not going to order RAM chips from the same place I order logic chips, probably. Besides Jeremy, I think Sloopy was going to hook me up with some memory chips that he can test, so. Anyways. Yeah, I'll probably order some memory chips at some point, but I'm going to focus on logic chips because I have a good feeling that with 22 bad logic chips, it's quite possibly logic chips. But I could be totally wrong. We'll see. We'll see when part 2 comes around. So until then, take care and have a great rest of your day. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.